motherfucker. Hey, Hoobs. What's up, what's up, what's up? Smack. This is me. Oh my gosh. And there's my game.
Welcome to All Things Scottish. Our slogan is, if it's no Scottish, it's crap!
Hey, Stoney. Oh my god. I'm so tired right now. My plan was to stream all day. Because the wife grabbed me yesterday when I was supposed to stream all evening. I was like, oh, I'll stream all day today. Today the wife worked from home. And I was like, oh, that's fine then. I'll just stream in this, like, in the evening. And then we were like, oh, let's just go to the store, buy some food, and get her package. And then I made some food for us, and then I went on a run, my first jogging run in years and years and years. And now I'm home, finally. Like, right now is the first time I'm not actively doing shit. I just made the best soup ever. Listen, you're telling the wrong man, because I am the person who thinks soup is inferior food-wise. So the best soup ever is... it's soup, then. Right? Oh my gosh. Alright, I turned off all the audio. No music. Soup is good. Hoops, it's not the Second World War anymore. You as a Brit don't have to live off of soup. You can eat Nando's, it's fine. Start. I'm setting up my note-taking app so I'm prepared. Oh, for uni, you mean? How do you what do you need to set up with your note-taking app? What is there to set up? I'll send a pic. Please do, because like I have, like, I obviously, not to brag, but I also have a notes app in my phone, and I think it's like decent, but I would like it to be better. So if you can show me how to do notes apps better, I'd appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, so the plastic one is like lighter than the wood one. Can you fit less on the plastic one then? Girlfriend said I need to tell you what soup I made. Potato and leek soup. Potato and leek soup is fucking goated though. The wife makes, yeah, potato and leek soup as well. That we usually have, in Swedish we just call it varma mackor, hot sandwiches, but it's like, you know, the cheesy sandwiches you make in a thing. Oh my gosh, what up, Dynite? Hey, friend. Thanks for the lurk, broski. Appreciate you. We're gonna shout out Dynite as well. If you have not given him a follow yet, you should. He's part of the Karoo crew, so he's obviously a degenerate, a wonderful person. Oh my gosh. I would say that I'm never gonna go for a jog again, but it was kind of fun, and I really enjoyed myself, so, which I never thought I'd say. So, probably gonna go for more runs in the future. Whee! Follow DrVem more, thank you. Shout out! Wait, can I give myself a shout out here? I'm gonna try it out. Wait. Go check me out, gang. If you're here in the stream, check me out. Oh my god, I should totally give or make it so the stream elements shouts me out like every 15 minutes or something in my own stream. That'd be funny as fuck. Hello, Did
I get a haiku?
You were supposed to get one, but you haven't gotten one yet. No.
Can I get a haiku?
Do you want a haiku now? Immediately? Well, it is appropriate because I'm sorting yen in the thing. Kiss wife.
And I got to go to bed. Give me some poetry, man. Thank you, Strap.
You get to decide poetry or poking.
Like, there's a tiny part of me that feels like the kiss wife kiss is a little bit from the street as well.
It is a little bit from the stream. It's like, because they can't kiss you, and obviously it would be weird if the stream kissed you. But like, they can say, I should kiss you, because I should show you the appreciation they feel for you. Kiss, 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 kiss. Alright, what should we... This is quite a slutty top, right?
I love it.
I saw myself in the cam, and I was like, should I always wear a tank top?
Yes.
Because I honestly think, like, this is a bit thirst trappy.
Yes. You are a slut.
Because like I have a good chest, and in the camera you don't see past my titties, so you don't see my fat stomach, which is like this becomes very thirst trappy. Like I almost look like a hunk here, don't you think? Oh, she's staring at my tits. She's not listening anymore. Oh my gosh. Doc, did you see the pic I sent you? Oh, I haven't seen it yet. No, I'm gonna check it out as soon as I'm done with this haiku.
Oh no! That laugh makes me nervous.
It should. Alright, wife, here's your haiku.
Do you want me to go to bed mad at you?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you concentrate? My eyes are up here, degen. PP forbidden.
Degen.
Degen is short for degenerates.
I mean, you kids and your hippity-hoppity slangs.
Your hippity-hoppity slang. We're gonna see what pic Hoobs sent us.
But no thank you. Another haiku, please.
Oh my god, why did you send a picture of your penis, man?
Oh my god, it's huge!
It's huge. It's insane. No, it's a note-taking app. Definition, explanation, examples, connections. Ooh. Very nice. Did you get like some AI to help you with this, or did you just come up with it all yourself? Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Hello. It wasn't a dick pic, it was his notes taking thingy. Oh my gosh. Hello.
Good night, stream.
She said good night, stream. Say good night to the wife, stream. She won't be back. Oh, come on. I'd love one of these that would be like something you can drive and stack multiples on. That'd be nice. Oh my gosh. But yeah, the notes templates look really good, Hoobs. I appreciate it.
You try to keep
I will try to keep it down. Yes, sorry. Alright, gang. So, I gotta be a little bit more quiet than I usually am, because the wife is gonna sleep, and I'm probably gonna stay up late.
Do you want to say goodnight to me?
I want to say goodnight to you when it's time. Is it time now to say goodnight? I'll come. So I tried using it before, but didn't have enough time to transfer my paper notes to it. Oh, gotcha. But this version is gonna work better then? Man, the chat does not work very well there. What if I have it up here instead? That's better, right? Just above me? Yeah, it is. Now I'm in union, we'll have more time to focus on one subject. It's nice. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna say goodnight to the wife. Oh man. Alright. We're gonna see if this works out with the lighting and stuff. It's not terribly good. A little bit better. You can connect nodes to each other to form connections you can view in a graph, which you can see visually in the app too. Send a pic of that to dude. How are you? Oh my god, that looks beautiful though. The graphing, it looks like art. This is someone else's graph with all the connected nodes. What's the app, dude? Can you send me the app? I'd love to use that because it was so cool to like have that app, and then after a year of note taking, make like a poster of the graph. I think that would be cool. Yes, please send me some get started vids. That would be so dope. It looks really cool, man. I want to be a nerd just like you. A cool nerd, just like the Hoobs. Alright. I've been playing this game for a while now. Not 40 hours like X Gamer has, but I think like 20-25 hours or something? Markdown formatting too, so it is easy to format. Oh wait, this one is for like programming and stuff, because I'm shit at programming. Like if I have instructions for Markdown, I can use some of it, but I'm not good at Markdown at all. Can we click start? Yes, there we go. Which one is done? This one. Oh my gosh. I think this is so satisfying. Just seeing the money gather up like this. Which one is done? I got so many dollars. I'm gonna need more yen. Dark net. Alright. So it's mostly yen and euros I need. So I could probably send the cleaned dollars up into the pig. I'm gonna try to do that actually. Nice soda pop. It's not a guilty pleasure here, it's just a pleasure, man. I fucking love that movie, it's so well made. Like from a writing standpoint, dialogue, the action beats, everything about it, writing wise, is amazing. Like the characters are so well written, they're flawed, yet they develop somewhat. It sets up a sequel perfectly, but it doesn't have to have a sequel, so it's like a very well contained movie in and of itself. It's fucking amazing. I'm just gonna grab all of these, all the dollars. And was today the first time you watched it, or have you watched it before? Today was the first day. Oh my gosh, dude. Me and the wife have watched it like, I think I've watched it 5 times. The wife has watched it maybe 7. It's amazing. Love it so much. Oh shit, dropped a lot of cash there. But yeah, it's so good. And the music is off the hook, man. So fucking good. Like Golden, obviously banger. The last song, the song that I couldn't write, that one is so good. Panda! Hello, time for your short intermission. What do you mean short intermission? Oh my gosh. What up, Panda? How are you? What's happening, friend? Oh my gosh. You are a legend. Thank you so much for subbing. Mahaiku, bitch! Hey, what up, Jibs? Oh my god, Jibs is here. Let's give him a shouty too. I think Jibs is live right now as well. And he still finds time to lurk here. Just missed you, dude, or I would have raided. You just finished. Oh my gosh. Go check out Jibs. He plays World of Warcraft and he is the cutest man in the world. My gosh. Thanks for thinking of me though, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. We're gonna write a haiku for Panda. No, I can't write that. I don't know the last one. I've got the first 2, but the third and last one I'm getting stuck. I guess. Haha, there we go. Too much for your overworked brain gaming. Probably. But here it is. This is your haiku. Man, I appreciate you. Dutch dude of the crew. I was trying to make it rhyme. That's why it took some time. Oh my gosh. Just natural rhymer. What? Crazy insane, man. Alright, we're just gonna send all these dollar bills. Oh my gosh. How you doing, Panda? How's life? Have you murdered anyone lately? I hope you haven't, because that would be bad and sad. Just gonna place all that money in there. Come on. How much money do I have in here now? Oh my gosh. It's not even close. Although I did send the low value money first. Here is all the 10K stacks. Okay, fuck you then. Oh my gosh, alright. Let me see. 884,000. Jesus, because that was a lot of money too. Yeah, we're gonna send some euros as well. Hey Frankenstein, oh my gosh. How are you, friend? Where are you up this late? Shouldn't you be asleep? Wait, no, it's just 8:30. Sorry, the wife just went to bed. And I'm like, oh, then it has to be late. But I keep forgetting she's a child. How dare you. Thank you. Glug, 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 glug. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Nice. I'm just gonna sit here and relax. Chill out for a bit. There we go. Start that shit, baby. I'm getting ready for bed. Just gonna do some dishes and have a quick shower. I'm keeping you company while we wash up. Yay! Thank you for choosing DrVem Entertainment Systems for your washing entertainment. We hope you'll have a pleasant time listening to this sultry voice and looking at this much skin. Oh my gosh. This is how my OnlyFans career starts, by the way. I start off by showing some skin, and then sooner or later, it's gonna be penis. No, it won't be. It's 1,000,000 yen. That's 500,000 yen. How's it looking over here? Oh, we got 10K. Stevie! Hello, Bartol! How are you, friend? Oh my gosh, that means your walk-on will play as well? Love that walk-on. excellent
Fuck
sting
you,
noise.
Riley. I made your mom so wet, Trudeau deployed a 24-hour infantry unit to stack sandbags around my bed.
I love. Oh my gosh. Like, Bortz, I love having you here in the stream because I love you as a person. But the fact that that is your walk-on, oh my gosh, it just takes it up another notch. Oh my god. Fuck you,
Wish
man.
you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
You love how awkward I am. You love it. You appreciate it. You think it's funny and cute. Otherwise, you wouldn't appreciate me. You fuck knuckle. Oh my gosh. And we're listening to some angry music. Angry music. Oh my gosh. I've had such a busy day. I went for a run today. I've cooked food. I boiled probably some of the best potatoes I've ever boiled. From the potatoes I grew myself as well. Which, you know, takes it to another level. I still haven't studied the way I should. But I was planning on, like, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, just writing all day, all 3 days. My fucking teacher also told me about a Swedish author who writes in English, and she's published in English, and she writes science fiction. And I want to start writing science fiction as well. And I wanted to write in English first, but I was like, well, this is a Swedish course I'm taking, so I gotta write in Swedish. But my teacher was like, oh, well, what you could do is write in Swedish and then translate it to English yourself, and then see how the change in language affects the story. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I started playing with the thought of like, oh, then I could publish my stories in my Discord as well. And have y'all trash my stories there. That'd be fun, I think. Did you get rid of the push-up redeem? Today, yes, because I've gone for a run and I just had a shower, so I'm not about to do push-ups and get even more sweaty again. That's just not gonna happen. So sorry, not sorry. Excellent boiled potatoes, exemplary vegetable. I fucking love potatoes though. Like there's nothing better. Like of all the roots vegetables, potatoes, the most superior one. You can do anything with them. You can even make alcohol out of potatoes, and not like shitty alcohol, but like good alcohol. Just saying. Thanks for the lure, Coobs. Oh my gosh. We're just gonna sort these up. Are you impressed? Are you impressed? Wait, there we go. Alright, the small ones. Oh my gosh. I'm so tired. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna like sort my money, and then like I was thinking that I want to prep boxes so I can just send everything that is on order. I just want to send everything at once, get paid, and then whatever money I have left over, I'd stack up and send to the piggy bank so I can advance in the main story. Oh my gosh. Fuck Frankenstein, now I really want to watch Pride and Prejudice again. Such a good movie. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies is also like, it has no business being as funny and good as it is. Like, it's hard to fuck up when you have the template of Pride and Prejudice, I guess, but the addition of zombies should make it way more stupid than it actually is. Like, it keeps true to the Pride and Prejudice oeuvre, so to say, which I enjoy a whole lot. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Big bowl of money. Huge bowl of money. Alright, there we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna put my legs up on the wife's chair. Ugh. There's a Togetic. I apologize for nothing. Never apologize, that's true. Pokey Catch. Ultra Ball? Because I think I have a fuck ton of Ultra Balls. Yeah. Alright, I think this is what we need. Oh, come on. What I'm thinking is I'm gonna load up containers on this shit. And then I'm gonna take that into the money counting room. Alright, task tracker. Let's see. We need a small box, normal box, and a large box. Well, lucky me. That's a normal box. That's a large box. Where's the small ones? All right, over here. Small box, large box. Then a medium box in the box. So 2 more medium boxes. There's nothing in here, right? Good. Oh fuck, there is stuff in here. Alright. Balls. There we go. Let's see here. Ah, nice. I caught the Togetic. So, small box, large box, medium box. Sapphire necklace. I don't have that many sapphire necklaces though. So we're gonna skip this one for now. Small box and sport bag. Alright, cool. Nice. We got all the containers we need for everything we're gonna send out. My drink tastes like I should ruin your night. Love it. Oh, come on. Fucking. Why is it so difficult? Alright. In a small box. Yen. 12 mil. We're gonna refill the tape as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Small box, any end bills, clean money, no marked money. Great. There we go. Alright, so we're sending this shit. sport bag. Alright. I'm gonna look at the sport bag one. Box. Sport bag, 25.5 million yen. Dang, that's gonna take a while. I mean, like, I'm definitely fat on yen, but I just need to count them out as well. Alright, let's see what kind of euros we have. 40k euro in a box. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Clean and dry money. Containers clean. Yeah, all good. Alright, there we go. Sending that on its way. I've been so obsessed with this game. X-Gamer is to blame for this. So if you're mad that this is the game I'm playing, talk to X-Gamer, not me. I'm not responsible for this. Let's see here, $30,000 in a small box. That I can do, no problem at all. Oh shit, never mind. I don't even have $20,000. You know what? We're gonna pull a fast one here and see if we can't sort this. Alright, we need another 10k, that's all. Alright, and then we can send it. Yeah, the 20s don't really matter. Oh my gosh. The Answer by Automatic Love Letter? Haven't heard that one before, I don't think. I assume it's good since it's you who queued it. Any dollar bills, containers dry. Alright, that one's done. Yeah. I got all the money. Cash money, baby. Stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. Oh, Jesus Christ, in heaven. Dr. Markenstein. The Mark Bill Conspiracy. Police mark bills times 80 in a box. That I can do. Holy shit, that's easy money. I got so many marked bills. Police marked 80 in a box. Just any box? So that's 100. We're just gonna grab 80 of these bitches. We're gonna put the rest in here. There you go. like euros, I should be okay with now. I got a fair deal of euros. Let's start at the lower ones though. In a box, any euro bills. Medium box, any euro bills. Let's do that one. It's a, kind of a dirty box. 115k. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so that's 80. Or 8,000 rather. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Alright, 1, 2, 3. No, that's 2. So at 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 115. There you go. Sweet. Alright. Oh my gosh, that's kind of nice. Just knowing you have that kind of money. This is all like clean money too. I'm just gonna grab all this money and put it through the washer, I think. No fake money, no marked money. That's right, baby. 'Cause I played like that. I don't do marked money. Alright, let's go. We're just gonna wash this single bill. You ordered from Lil Johnny. I don't know if Lil Johnny is gonna be any help. I shouldn't be accepting new jobs either. That's stupid of me. Let's go. There we go. And wash that shit. Alright. And let's try that shit, baby. Got to send it up again. There's a lot of euros here, I think. Look, it's usually pretty mixed as well. Because I mix it up. Alright, let's see here. What kind of shit do they want me to do now? That's locked. I can grab that one though. Ginger, I can do stuff for. Alright, doo-doo-doo. She said, do you want to do acid? That's... You don't just do acid casually. That's not a good idea. Interesting. Been looking for a lilac hue. Arrows in action. Alright. Interesting. I think you're on some sad shit. Alright, let's see. Yes, nice. Let's go up again. Let's see here. Alright, cool. I love it when it's like this dark and you can see all the black light stuff. I don't think these builds are marked at all, but I'd rather put them through the machine than trust my face. Trust my eyes, I mean. Trust my face. I'm an idiot. Je suis une idiote. Alright, pack that shit. This is like something that I think is really, really just relaxing. Just sorting money. We want 40,000 euros. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 10. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. I can do that. With the strap impacts of any euro bills. Container is functional. Medium box. I think that's a medium box. We'll see. Get it. Like, you have to specifically tell the game, like, I'm gonna fulfill this one right now. It doesn't understand otherwise. Set for delivery. There you go. Which one of you was done? You. Nice. I think we're just gonna like sort money now for a little while, and then when we have enough, we're just gonna send it up into the piggy bank, and we'll see if that doesn't end the game. I think we just got the one main mission left, just to pull the lever on the launch panel. Let's grab that. There you are. The 20s are gonna get done now, I think. Yo. I'm psychic. I just know this shit. Let's see. Ad break. Alright. Heck. What the fuck? Oh no. Big draft. I haven't seen any marked bills in a while. It's very interesting. Oh fuck, I forgot to catch the Pokemons. Right, fake notes that are all ink stained. Useless shit. Wait, no it's not. I can use this to fill the piggy bank. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, you know what? We're just gonna run around with this instead. There we go. Alright. Alright, we're gonna do it like this. I don't care about the missions anymore. Because like this kind of money, it's fake and it's ink stained. Ah, fuck's sake. Like nobody wants this money. So I might as well just put it in the piggy bank. Fuck's sake. Well, let's see how much money we have in the pig. 916. Alright. We're gonna order some money. Or some money tape. Just like a fuck ton, I think. You know I love to riot. It's just like a hodgepodge of bills as well, so I don't know. Some of these stacks might be really expensive. You gonna skedaddle? Alright, you have a wonderful sleep, and I'll see you some other day. Kisses and goodbye. Night night. Love to riot. Kiss, 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 kiss. Alright. Some money though. I wonder if I can take like 1 bar of gold and send up. I think it's only cash. Oh, come on. We're just gonna send a bunch of marked bills up there. It's the hodgepodge of bills. Seriously, all of that shit fit in there? That should be... The mortar is ready. Only 1 step remains. Hit your savings while all wings aside. Well done. Nice. Alright. I'll ask you again. Are you with us? I am, sure. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. Disappointed norm extend with us, fulfill your duty to the government, fire the shot that will be heard throughout history. No. Fire the mortar, enjoy the destruction of the piggy bank. Inflation sequence. Pull the lever on the launch panel. Before we blow up the pig, push the lever to repair the balloon. Oh wait, and that'll steal the money instead. So either I shoot the money, press button, join the pig bank's glorious flight. Oh my gosh, I actually gotta choose now? You have fully redeemed yourself. The free world we're grateful to. The kills are taught. Our piggy yearns to take flight. There's only 1 step left. Press the launch button. Alright, fuck it. We're launching the piggy. Final ascent and point of no return. It's just like $1 million anyway. It's not gonna change anything. Dunk. Goodbye, piggy. They're gonna shoot it down, right?
Mr. Fresh, this is Spectator.
Hey, Spectator.
Today, we took the first steps toward humanity's liberation from the paperless plutocracy. Thanks to you, tens of thousands of banknotes have been saved from destruction and returned to a world where money belongs to people, not systems.
Interesting.
The evidence you delivered has exposed the government's project, Digital Era, Global Control. Its publication
Interesting.
To leave the game, to disappear. No one will judge you. You have done enough. Welcome to a new world. With respect, Spectator, head of the International Corporation Black Lotus.
Alright, cool. I got 250 reputation from that. Dope. Alright. So that means the game is done. I finished it. Right? Little Johnny. In a sport bag, 13.5 million yen. Container's dry. Well, that's a dirty container. I think it's kind of annoying that, like, you can't wash the containers. Dun, dun. 13.5 million yen. Like, I should be able to do that. Oh, because I already had one. Fuck it, whatever. Alright. Yeah, we're definitely going to be able to pull that off. It's just a matter of counting the money. Alright. I'd love to have, like, a better system. I think that might be the next step here, to just redesign and make a better system. Figure out, like, what would be the most comfortable thing. It's like, I've noticed I have a thing for clean money. Just, like, clean and legit money. I appreciate knowing exactly how much of that I have. And being able to send that when needed. But if I can get rid of, like, marked money, inked money, like, just shitty money overall, I'd appreciate that. You know what, we're just gonna order some shit that I think I would want to have for a good setup. Yeah, money counter XL for sure. Industrial washing machine, sure. Another marked bill sorter. Actually, a couple of them, I think. Like, I like the portable UV lamps, just to have them, you know? We're gonna just add those to the cart as well. Fuck it, why not a shopping cart as well? Another platform trolley, sure. Let's see, what kind of money... Alright, so we don't have enough money for that. That was just for funsies. That was just funsies. Still too much. Alright, that we can do. Check out. I feel like I want to have everything a bit closer to each other, because I feel like I'm running around too much. Like, this area is really nice to have, but it's kind of unnecessary, I think. I don't know if you need all of this, is all. Pack that shit, baby. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 12 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 13 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. In a sport bag, any end bills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $13.5. Alright. Those are the yen we needed. Dope. Party for the morally incompetent. Beautiful. Nice. That worked out well. It is so addicting, though. Hey, enemy, how you doing, friend? You posted something on your Discord today. I didn't read it. I just saw that it was something, and I was like, "Ooh, I gotta read this properly later." And then I went for a run and stuff, and now I'm sitting here. But you got plans. You've been doing stuff in your life, so that's why you haven't been streaming. Imagine having a life and not streaming. What a nerd. Let's see. Do we have more here? Yeah, we do. I know, right? Haha. Imagine having a life. Haha. Seriously, though. Imagine having a life. So cringe. It would be sad. Who even wants to live anymore? It's so 1999. Alright, so that's just out now. Pack. Nice. Did I tell you that this was my walk-on song when I did a speech at Bestie's wedding? The secrets your asshole keeps. Because yeah, it was. The Toastmaster sent out a text like a couple weeks ago, a couple weeks before the wedding, and they were like, "Hey, so if you have like a theme song that's your theme song, send it over to us and we'll play it when it's your turn to go up." And I got that text when I was really drunk. So I was like, this is gonna be fun. And then I forgot about it. And then the wedding happens, and the first person goes up to do a speech, and it's the father of the bride. And he has a song, and I'm reminded, like, oh shit, right. We all had, like, theme songs to walk up to. And Bestie was the only one who laughed. No, like it was after the whole ceremony during the dinner. So you weren't there for that. It was like later in the night / evening. That's it. It's still churning. Bam. That makes sense, right? Yeah, I wasn't drunk during the wedding ceremony. That would be weird. Like, I was sober for my own wedding. I think I'm gonna stay sober for someone else's wedding as well. Wild to be drunk for your own wedding. That's a party person, if anything. Hella funny though, love some stupid joke I made some months ago became your theme song on a wedding, right? That's something I, like, I love shit like that, where it's just like, oh, this random stuff happened or someone said this random thing and then just becomes a thing. Stuff like that is what's called culture. In my bloodstream, living in my bloodstream. Come on, into the machine. Well. $100 bills. Stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. I need a theme song then too. I think this song was, this song will be perfect for me. Enormous Penis by Da Vinci's Notebook. Alright, that's actually fucking wonderful. It's just... I think it's horrible though, because like, you say, oh, this is my theme song, Enormous Penis, and then on your Discord you wrote, I've been spending a lot of time with the woman I love. I'm just saying it sends some signals. But I don't want to know if it's true. It's a fun joke for me right now, and I don't need it to be more than that. Wanna know the secrets your asshole keeps? Come on. Yes, start. Pack that shit, baby. Ain't no way you playing this so much. You started something, man. You started something. I finished the main quest line, though. I sided with the people who wanted to free the money. So I didn't shoot the money or anything. And right now I'm just enjoying sorting money. I want to set up like a better system I have right here. So I ordered some stuff. I'm gonna start thinking about some stuff. Wait, no. Wrong. Start. I just kind of want to sort a bunch of money first. So I have that done, you know? I have my own TTS and my own voice, man, on Tanja. Wait, you actually did that shit? That is fucked up. I was like, oh, I don't want my voice to be had by an AI. I've done both. Same happens, but if you blow up, you get nice raining money that is on fire. Nice. Thanks for spoiling it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna do the other one as well, sometime in the future. It's just like, I really enjoy sorting games like these. It is satisfying as fuck. For some reason. Whee. Like, I think my dopamine addicted brain enormous penis. Rump. My enormous penis. Oh my gosh. Can make me mod on Tanja. I'll try. Let's see. Oh, I got the good shit. I got the good shit. This is true. Enormous penis. Invite moderator. Invitation link. Wow. You think you deserve it? What are you gonna do for me, enemy, if I give you the link? What do I get in return? You'll see. Dude. This is not a bad song either. Like it's a bop. So I'm gonna expect this song to play at the start of every one of your streams now, enemy. Program that into your bot. It has to. Alright. Every VOD will be demonetized because of YouTube. You like if you do what I do with the Spotify, you just the music just won't be there. Or you could like put that song specifically on a different track, and you can play that like via a VLC media player or something, and just have VLC like that soundtrack be something that doesn't go into the VOD. And then you'll have the Twitch music that is royalty free in the VOD. Like you could do that, I think. Alright, that shit's counting. We're almost done with the money. I'm just gonna think here, because like I want this to be where I'm.
I beg you to go out of bounds using the ladder to climb the vault. Oh, BTW, what you thought about the vault dropping in Eloli.
Yeah, the vault dropping in was just so fucking weird. It was the weirdest shit ever. It was all of a sudden, boom, explosion, and here it was. Like they robbed a bank, took a whole ass vault. I think I have a, yeah. It's out of bounds using this. Do you not think that I have an enormous enemy TTs?
Do you not think that I have an enormous penis?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Seriously. You have your own TTS. That is insane. Alright, I love it. I love it. Alright, I'm up here.
It is the enemy.
It is the enemy. True. Oh!
I am in your computer now, and there is nothing you can do about
Sean the
it.
non-believer! Sean!
Hey, bestie. Wrong way. But it's not through here, then? Because it feels like this is definitely where I should go first. Ah! Industrial washing machine. Oh, shit, right. Oh, over there, maybe? Oh, come on. There we go. What the fuck? You can actually go out here. Go out of here. What the fuck, man? How is this part of the game?
To be fair, the only problem with this is that people can make me say something that I haven't, which can put me in trouble. LOL. Also, I love how I am typing to you, but it's my voice that is playing as the TTS. This is TBH. Pretty fun.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful. What the fuck, man? This is insane. The tree, the fire. What is this? I'm gonna drop that shit on there. What the fuck? You're outside now in the game too? I am.
You surprise me, darling. I've always liked people who play by the rules. Predictable, convenient, easily controlled. I like them as objects, tools. But those I really respect are the ones who break the rules. I knew I had you, Fresh, but I had you all wrong. While everyone was trying to tell you which path to walk down, you made one for yourself. Now, it might be that you were just too much of a coward to choose, but I don't believe that. No.
This is so dope.
I raised you better than that, didn't I? So what now, Mr. Fresh? Will you wander through infinity, search Will you come back to the game?
You can take the money with you back in. Why would I though? Why would I go back in? I'm free now. Money, money, money. Oh man. What happens if we just walk towards the city over there? Holy shit. We're not gonna have a TTS in my voice. That's just not gonna happen. When we have a timer, record 5 minutes of the B movie script and I can do it. No, we don't. Literally, people could do a lot of dumb shit with my voice. I'm not comfortable with that. Fun is up by looking at the achievements. Cool. Isn't dumb shit fun?
But isn't dumb shit fun?
It can be fun. For sure. Alright, let's just die, I guess. No! Cool. Love the enemy TTS.
It is really fun. Come on, Dr.
Is
Dunn.
this
Shit
out of
is so
order
fun.
now? No, it's not out of order. Ink?
I do the
Ink
cha-cha
cleaning?
like a sissy girl.
I do the cha-cha like a sissy girl. Sick. Dope. Alright, I love the industrial cleaning machine. Why do I have two, though? I'll add a disclaimer to use it responsibly or face a ban, though. Oh, they released this today! Dope. Yeah, at minimum a disclaimer, man. Alright, I mean, just the fact that you can add detergent here. What the fuck? Alright, we're gonna move this real quick. We're gonna put this over here. I've had it for a week or two from the experiment. Yeah, I know that. But I didn't know they released it for the like non-experimental branch players today. That's dope. Wait, does that mean I can buy detergent and shit now as well? Misc. Supplies. Ink cleaner foam sprayer.
Now look, Buster, let's have an understanding.
The fuck?
Now
Who
what?
dis? Who dis?
Brother, what a way to run a railroad.
Oh, it's enemy.
Now, as I was saying...
The smaller ones, yeah, I gotcha. Mark remover foam sprayer. Dope. Ink cleaner liquid detergent. We're gonna get a bunch of that shit. Add to cart. What is goo dissolver liquid? Tangent needs to be on top of chat. Okay. Goo. It just sounds like jizz. I haven't seen any goo yet. Alright, check out. Is this detergent though?
I slam my penis in the car door. You slam your penis in the car door.
Jesus fucking Christ, I slammed my penis in the corridor. Alright. Jesus Christ. There we go. We're just gonna burn this shit. But every juggler detergent have 10 uses. Cool. That's nice. It's really good to know, actually. Oh, come on. I'm locked into... How the fuck? Fuck off with that shit. But I mean, now I don't need the smaller ones here. What am I gonna do with these? Alright, we're gonna remove the money from here. Also, like, I don't necessarily have to have the cleaning stuff up here. I could have it down here, where we get the stuff. Still want because the bigger ones take coins.
Smaller ones still want Bexu, the bigger ones take coins.
Ah, gotcha. Of course. Of course. I don't know what to do with this. We're gonna place that over there. Cash money, baby. New order from your headache. Thread of trust. Interesting. Alright, so the money's gonna come down
We
here.
interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
Love you too, gang. So nice. Oh, nice. Alright, actually I think we still want this. So stuff is gonna come down here. We're gonna sort the money out on these benches. Maybe place one of these benches over here. tables rather. Cause like, wait, where's the fucking carpet? There we go. Alright, so this is gonna be like clean money over here. We're gonna have the coins here. Dirty money over here. The washers can store different detergents at a time, just can't be used at the same time. Gotcha. That's pretty nice to know, actually. This is really good, so I can, yeah, alright. This is the wet money, too. But, like, I'm gonna get other stuff down here as well. That's dirty money.
Are you winning, son?
I am. I actually won the game already. It's really nice. Whoa. Oh, it's, the lock is broken. You fucking come on here. Oh, shut up. Are you staring me yet? Alright, there you go. Like, I kind of need to gather the boxes still. Somehow. Really won until we have all achievements. I don't know, I haven't even checked all the achievements. I'm gonna check. Achievements, there we go. Made it Ma. Reach reputation level 25. Oink investments. Avoid the ink by ignoring the instructions. Rainmaker, blah blah blah. Wrap a full money block in plastic. Oh cool, money to burn. Set $100,000 on fire. Every piece of rebellious currency art. I haven't done that either. But like, wrapping money and burning money I can definitely do. That's not going to be a problem. I'll just like wrap $10,000 bills in a big ass thing and then burn it. Can't burn those? The detergent and shit? Well, now it's in the fire at least, so I don't have to worry about it. It's fucking annoying anyway. Let's see here. There we go. Whee. Art money's hard because I've played 24 hours one save and I have like 7 of the arts. Yeah, I don't really use the scanner either, so I'm like really bad at it. I feel like the I was gonna say the dirt, but the trash I'm just collecting over here because it's fun. I'm gonna burn this shit. We have a money counter over there. I'm thinking that, like, I obviously need a table here. I want to place cash here. Like the ready-made shit. We're just gonna grab some cash just to be able to visualize it. They're really rare anyway, so I've like seen a couple of them in piles. Like I cached them, I'm like, oh, that's where it is. Alright. So that would mean I have to have tables here as well with the money counters if I want to place them here. Products are available. Detergent?
Could have funded an indie game, but hey, watching it burn is art too.
That one is I want that achievement just 'cause fun. Can I wrap this? I could. Nice. Alright. Dope. Got that achievement. Shh. Stop being mean. Fuck's sake. Alright, there we go. 20's over here. 10's over there. Alright. There we go. This feels good. Love the funny achievement comments, right? They're cute. We don't have that much money left. So, and I need another table at least. Let's see. Alright, we're grabbing this table. I don't understand what that chute is for either. Portable chute? Like, what? Why? Why do I have that? What is it for? Alright. That's gonna be the dollar table. Never ever bought it, I don't know. Have I bought something X Gamer have not? Insane. I bought the big sofa as well, by the way. Just cause. So. Oh, fuck's sake. One. Awesome. Let's see. Alright. Never bought it because it's useless now. Yeah. But I mean, nice. Just laying here on the couch. You have a lie down. I mean, you don't have a lie down anymore. Alright, we're gonna see what missions we can do real quick. Just to make cash. This is what I have. I have some dollars. Not too much yens, but a fair amount of euros. In a box. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 200,000. And we need 35 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't have enough. Fuck. Annoying. I'm at rep 32. Dude, store my money buttons in XXL boxes and separate 150 to $10 with same. Same with euro and yen. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I don't have that much money right now, anyway. And I like send it out as soon as I have it, basically. Okay, Jesus. Mushroom, mushroom. I betcha, betcha, betcha. I betcha, betcha, betcha. I betcha, betcha, betcha. Mushroom, mushroom. Snake, snake. Oh shit, right, I have more euros here. Never mind. I can do that one. I have so much euros. It's insane. I don't have it either, just like having nice and organized. But like every time you gotta remove money, you gotta grab all the money in the carton, like a whole fathom of it. You can't grab one bundle at a time from an XXL carton or any carton, right? Yeah, like that's what annoys me. To me, it's not fine. To me, it's fucking annoying. I want to be able to pick specifically, like, oh, I have this much. It annoys the fuck out of me. Oh, fuck's sake. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I know there are euros here, but it's just loose ones. It'll sort itself out. Pack that cash, baby. Pack that shit, baby. Pack it, baby. I think it's planned for a future update to make you able to take out what you want. That would be amazing, honestly. I'd love to be able to just grab, like, oh, I need 3 stacks of hundos. Like, oh yeah, you have that. So it just gives it to you. Give me that money. Heck. Alright. Start. Start. There we go. Pack that shit, baby. The one thing that is annoying is when doing the USD for different builds but only 3 outputs. I honestly think that's not too bad. That doesn't annoy me too much. I could just get 1 extra and you have those since before anyway, so It's not really a problem, I don't think. Isn't one of these done? No. You were done though. Dope. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna try to send out a couple orders. Just to make some money so we can have more tables and set up the new setup, really. The fuck was that? Also, I have one separate counter that separates the USD, euros, and yen, then I put them in their own separate sorters. Oh, that makes way more sense, actually. Tangent overlay is lagging. I don't know why, man. Oh, that's what was the sound. That's the sound it was? The kitty cat. It was supposed to hit me. Can't cat slap you. Oh no, too bad. Might also be that that tangent interaction is laggy as fuck. No, many have lagged. Alright. I wonder why. What can I do to fix it, enemy? Tell me. How can I improve? Unlag it? How? Refresh the browser source. Alright. Oh. There's just a refresh button. Alright, try it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 200,000. 10,000. Alright. 10, 20, 25. And we just need like 10 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. Wait, no. That's way too much. Fuck. I gotta recount it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, I won't do that. Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me because you are weak and wrong, and you dance badly.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's another 100. And you dance badly. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, I did count correctly. Fuck me. I'm an idiot. Alright, fuck it. Here we go. Go out into the road.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know. Oh my god, love John Cena. Love John Cena. I watched the 2 first episodes.
Can't count.
I can't count. Nothing else. No marked money. No fake money. Perfect packs. Fuck off. I can count. Look, I can count. I count like the best of them. I count better than your mom. Thought you were my brother. Please don't prove me wrong, because now it's time for you to decide who you are. Life hacker? Yeah. You actually messaged me? Must be the end of the world. Maybe start a new one. I'm not sure, but I think I'm starting to understand my place in it. And wherever that is, I wish I could be there with you, but I can't. I'm sorry, bro. That was one of mine, but it means they'll be off the grid for a while. So what those tears, bro, was fun. Was something. You need crazy friends in a crazy world, so I'm glad I had you, bro. Aww. Or is I can just text Lifehacker whenever I want to?
You need a DrVem TTS. Also, am I pronouncing DrVem right? Is it Dr. Vem or Dr. Vem or both?
It's both. My mom counts milligrams and stuff. She works at a hospital. Oh, fuck, man. Alright, I don't count better than your mom, then. I just need fucking tables. That's 1,000. Hello, Big Nick. Big Nick with the big news. What's up? What's the big news? Are you gonna be a dad? Enjoy. I'm going to bed. Jesus fucking Christ! You just drop a. Oh hell nah. So the big news was you drop a song and then you head to bed. Am I getting that right? Wowie. Order 84 has been delivered. Yes. Dub Nick is not VIP. Oh my gosh, he is VIP now. Isn't that just insane? Is he even allowed to? Is he... Wait. Nick VIP? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. God damn it! Not even god damn it, just god damn it! That song is going to be one of the top collabs of the decade. On VIP, Dr. Van. Ooh, bird. I'm the streamer. I'm the most important here. I'm terribly sorry to say so, but I am. Without me, no stream. What can I say? Oh my gosh. Wait. And we're gonna place these somewhere else. 8 mobile, fuck autocorrect. The fuck who designed this piece of shit? Is Poppy of Poppy, Amy Lee of Evanescence, Courtney LaPlante of Spirit Box on the same song? Ooh, that sounds dope. That sounds really dope, actually. No, don't turn off autocorrect. It's way more fun to be angry. At least that's what I think. But who am I? Vibe.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
King of the castle, king of the castle. I'm going to bed, I'm not ill anymore, I'm going to school tomorrow, goodbye. Alright, goodbye X-Gamer, have a fun time.
In the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
I have a chair, I have a chair. Fuck's sake, FFZ pushed an update so my shit works now. Oh, gotcha. Good night. This was yen. I got yen here. Great. Alright, that's good. What a banger of a guitar time. 10-5-1. 10-5-1. Right? Yeah. Great. It's not a bad song, for sure. Can I place that here then? I can. Nice. Ooh, no tape. Well, fuck you then. Doc, we need to fix the Spotify overlay. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's no rush really, but I would love a Spotify overlay. Especially the one you made. That'd be cool. Looked really well. I'm an Amy from Evanescence. I blamed the beers I had earlier. Oh, I thought you said you had beers with Nick Big earlier. I was like, oh, you hang out like that? Didn't know. But you don't. We need to have a meeting soon. No, I agree. After this weekend, I should be available during the weekdays. Beers on a Thursday? Wow, he's questioning beers on a Thursday. Obviously, someone is not taking their alcoholism seriously. I do not enjoy. That's okay. We both know I do take it very seriously, right? I'm available on Wednesday onwards. No, fuck, I'm not. I'm tiptoeing in the line of being soberist. Oh, like you don't drink ever? Is Nick straight edge?
Welcome to All Things Scottish. Our slogan is, if it's no Scottish, it's crap!
It's probably better, honestly. I have a friend who's been sober since New Year's, and he's like, yeah, I might actually stay sober for life now, because it... Like, he says the health benefits are really good, and just the fact that, like, he never has a bad time being drunk, because he's never drunk. Really good. I can't do it though, because I love drinking. I was actually drinking from the Fickplunta you gave me for your wedding, bestie, yesterday. I filled it with bourbon. I don't know why, but I've been on such a bourbon kick lately. Like, it's not good, but I really enjoy it. Drinking is so fucking overrated. The taste of alcohol isn't nice either. Like, I both agree and disagree. Like, nothing beats a cold beer on a hot day. Straight edge Nick, you knew. Who is sober? A friend of mine, Jesper. I don't think you've ever met him. Oh wait, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, how do I delete one of my comments? Slash delete. Fuck's sake. Hey, enemy, can you delete that? I wanted to do that. I can't. That's the fucking... Raid browser restrict, no. Oh, clear. There we go. Yay! Alright, now the whole chat should be cleared. That totally works. Did it not? Cleared chat for non-moderators viewing this room. It didn't work, right? Fuck me. Does it count as being straight edge if I don't take any nicotine in a day and 0 caffeine most days? It does, yeah. No nicotine and no alcohol and no drugs, that's straight edge. You play iFix. Oh, thank you, enemy. Do you feel alone? You're alone. Alright. I'm straight as fuck. Dope. Thank you for fixing everything into me. I appreciate you. I was corrupted at a young age, so I'm screwed. Same seas. See, wait, seriously, you can only, like, put one thing on the trolley at a time? That's stupid as fuck, yo. Alright, we're gonna go over here. I don't feel love. The fuck? Oh, come on. I almost caved and tried snooze for the first time back in June. I had too much to drink. Knew I would throw up immediately if I took it. Jeez. But you've done snooze before, right? Like, you've not always been nicotine free. Nope. Never snoozed, never smoked. Man. I gotta say, people, Nick is one badass motherfucker. Alright. Can we place that here? That's way too far in. Yeah, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna place it here, and we are going to. All right, dollars there. Any dollars. Any yen. Any euros. So this should sort it into the different currencies. Over here. So this is my clean money station. I need my caffeine. I'm trying to quit nicotine again. Haven't smoked for 2 weeks. Oh, you haven't smoked for like since the wedding? You haven't smoked? Oh my gosh, so good. Back on the snooze. Occasional beer you gotta have. I don't understand how you can live without proper alcohol. But that says more about me than anyone else. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not gonna take new orders right now. I'm busy. Fuck off. Don't drink coffee. I drink 2 Monsters a week because I enjoy it. So I drink 1 on Fridays, 1 on Saturdays, and sometimes Red Bull on Wednesdays. What the fuck, dude? How do you even survive without nicotine? I don't understand. I mean, caffeine. Well, nicotine as well. I've been without nicotine for a while now. I did smoke some at Bestie's wedding, but I feel like I deserved that. That was needed. Why won't it auto-sort itself? I can't... Fuck off. Really? Far from daily, I could go without it easy. That's really good, though. Alright. Well, you suck. And it just places it in the middle. Fuck off with this. Monster I drink is practically a replacement for the beer, glass of wine other people drink on the weekend. Yeah, no, that definitely sounds like it. Let's see. I kind of want to have one here to just do marked bills. And that should just, like, check to see if they're marked or unmarked. Not counting Coca-Cola as caffeine intake. Depends on how much Coke you drink. Yeah, that's true. Twitch is so stupid for not letting the owner delete their message, or else being able to delete each other's message from broadcast. Yeah, that's stupid as fuck. But you know, mistakes were made. What to do, you know? What to do. Alright. I think we can, but only using a third-party app. Fuck that shit, man. I don't even like normal parties. Yes, I'm stupid and silly. Oh no, no, no! The fuck? The fuck? How? I didn't even know it would be affected like that. Oh wait, no. No, yeah, it's all gonna fall down. Fuck me. Amarosa dropped a new song recently. Possibly today. Banger vibe. Dope. Don't even know who Amarosa is. Or is it Amarosa? Is it like a Swedish pop band? I want it to be a Swedish pop band. I want it to be a Swedish pop band so bad now. It's just called Emma Rosa. In Swedish that means Emma Pink. Alright. They transformed a lot, started very heavy, and now they are like pop punky. Nice! Love pop punk. Alright. Ooh. Loving the vocals. Nice singer. Your album Peach Club is not real out. I had to bed. I shall see you whenever I pop in next time. I don't lurk for 2 hours. Bye, Nick. I love a lurk, though. Lurks are cool. Jan. Did it fall out? No, it fell in. Right, yeah. Alright, and now we start this again. B-say test. Yeah, no, you can delete your own message with a third-party app. That's really bad. That's annoying. You must delete it in my message. It says here, in my view. If you delete chat message, you can't delete message from another moderator. Interesting. Alright, that's a ton of inked money. We're just gonna throw all of the inked money into the industrial cleaner. Later. Guess we should collaborate and make our own streaming platform. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not gonna do that. You don't even have the option to delete your own messages, only via a third-party app or the API. Alright, very interesting. Just let it go, watch it die. Hardcore. Alright, we got that. No money in there. Nothing over here. Get some money here. We can just put that in our bag. Someone is playing Warframe with Bestie. I could delete my own how? Disk? What do you mean disk? Discord? Or oh, as in yeah, she'll walk you through it and on Discord. Bestie, delete me. Man, how many times have I not asked her to do that for me? Funny joke. There we go. I can't beep, I'm trying. But I can't with Stony. So mad. So offended. Alright, get a lot of counterfeit money counters though. Ball bag. Don't take it personally, Sony. She hates all men, not just you. Sorry, Stew. I ain't no guinea pig. Yes, you are. It's literally, obviously what you are, Matt. Alright. Let's place this here. Oh, alright. This could be for the fake bills. You could sort them into dollars and yens. Start. It feels like I should have something here. Or maybe move this. Because, like, this will spit out fake money over here. Oh my gosh, Stone Cold caught a Dratini. Dope. There's one option, I think. What's the one option? Ooh, I'd love to have like boxes here to just put it in real quick. Let's see what kind of boxes we have. Let's do dollars in here then. Nice. What's the option? Inai me. Alright, and yen. There. See? Much better. All the dollars. Dollar bills, yo. Yen money. Oh. We need one more for the euros when those become a thing.
I don't know how apparent it is for the viewers, but Mr. Doctor is so tired he can hardly keep his eyes open.
Whoa.
I worry he might fall asleep if he stopped talking the gibberish he is spewing tonight.
Fuck you. I'm tired, but I'm not so tired I might fall asleep. Fuck off. This is what I enjoy about nighttime gaming. It's just like your brain powers down a little bit. You become this like little goblin of a person. I'm not entertaining. I know that, but I'm gaming and I'm streaming. That's what it is. But yeah, my brain is also not working properly. Go to sleep? Nah.
Go to sleep, doctor. You need it. This comes from the professional enemy brain doctor. Also, please, random raid.
I'm not gonna go to sleep right now, no. Like, even if I stop streaming, I'm definitely not gonna go to sleep. So... Like, if I stop streaming now, what I'm gonna do is probably watch some YouTube or a movie or something and stay up and game. Because enjoyable, you know? The enemy TTS is dope, actually. Can't fault it at all. It's really cool.
I agree, bestie, but it also terrifies me. Enemy tries to virtually make a smiling face.
Oh, it terrifies you? Oh, little enemy, terrified. Oh no! No, we're gonna... Yeet! There we go. I might continue with my coding exercise from school right now, which is weird. That is weird. You should be too tired for it. But are you feeling, like, inspired to do it? Because that is a thing, I feel. Like, if you feel inspired to do work, then you should definitely do it. It's cozy. You think coding is cozy? That is cute. That is very cute, actually. Delete message. Ooh, interesting. Let's see here. Right. And then we're grabbing them all over here. Let's place that there. Cool. DrVem deleted in my message. But am I actually deleting anything, or? FDI gangs. Wait. I swear to God, if I can use this for the counters and stuff, I'll be mad at myself. I'm glad you're having fun with the powers you have. Just wait until I accidentally ban myself. Fair. Again. Well, that happened once. That's true. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I have too many counterfeit or marked bills thingies. Oh, come on. I promise I'm not drunk. Alright, we got FDI gangs, police, unknown. Should be the last one, right? Place this over here.
Bird. Birdie.
Hello,
Birdie,
good
birdie.
day. How are you doing, friend? Fat cow. Don't you hit me with your fat cow. What Lielby says to her husband every night. Yes? Am I right? Am I correct? Oh, come on. Yes. Heyo. Yes. There we go. All right.
I slam my penis in the car door. You slam your penis in the car door.
Oh yeah. I slam my penis in the car door.
Testing stuff out. You know, every time something is new, we need to try it.
That's fair. Very fair. It's creepy though that it's Inami's actual voice. It fucks me up. Alright. I fucked up, so I gotta resort it.
Are you saying my voice is creepy?
Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. No, it's creepy hearing your voice in a TTS. It's insane. Oh, come on. I didn't even miss.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Hey, don't worry about it. I will worry about whatever I want to, however much I want to. You can't stop that, and fuck you. How about that?
But what if this isn't TTS? What if I am just recording all of these voice lines live and then sending them to Tanya? There's quite a delay between sending the TTS and it coming up.
If you're recording all of these live and then sending them to Tanja, you're speaking like you're about to have a stroke. And not the fun sploogey kind. Jesus.
Well, I need to sell that. This is TTS, right? You never now.
I need to sell that. Fair. Oh my gosh. It's just, I love that you made a TTS of your own voice. That is kind of fun. Alright. More money. Right into the mouth of this beautiful being I have bought.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
I want peace, though. I don't really enjoy problems. That might bite me in the ass.
But I am not joking. I have a 5-minute recording of me reading the B-movie script so that I could use it for voice clone training.
Sick. Does it have to be the B-movie script, or could it be anything?
For what? For
What? Like, it's just 5 minutes of voice. Because I don't want to read the B-movie script. Seinfeld is a weird man. There we go. Can be anything, but I used the B-movie script because it's really long.
No, it can be anything, but I use the B-movie script because it's really long.
Gotcha. What the fuck? That was so loud. It was so loud. It was annoyingly and unnecessarily loud. What the fuck?
You can talk about how I am amazing for 5 minutes. You know, I won't complain.
I refuse. 'Cause I don't lie. Oh, burn. Sick burn. Oh my gosh. Hurt feelings. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of yen. Alright. Gonna gather all this up. Suck it up with a big money ball. Oh jeez. I don't think you should take the compliment though. Where the hell is the bully doc redeem? I removed it because I had a, I went for a run today, and then I had a shower, and I'm, like, not about to shower once more today. It's a hassle. Very true. It is very much, crying Shorsey. I agree. Let's see. There we go. What you disgracefully did 5 times? I did it way more times after that as well. I smoked. Honestly, I think, like, we could add another, like, 200 push-ups, maybe, to the debt. Just because I smoked at Bestie's wedding. Like, I don't think I smoked 20 cigarettes, but just for good measure, you know? Like, it was 10 push-ups per cigarette. And, yeah, sure, it might not have been 20 cigarettes, might have been 15. But I should pay a price. No, it's not 100 per smoke. That was on stream 100. Just... Alright, let's haggle. How many push-ups do you think we should add for me smoking cigarettes at Bestie's wedding? How many times I smoked? Like I said, probably 15. Something like that. I don't know entirely. I need bigger boxes. 750. Let's burn it. You're gonna add 750 push-ups to the debt. Really? That'd be so mean. Fine. Alright. You do what you need to do. Oh, euros, finally. No? It wasn't the euros. Oh, it was the yen. Fuck. But yeah, we definitely need the big boxes. Otherwise I'll have to run around a whole lot. 24, 27, fuck me. Alright. I've been thinking as well that like now that I'm studying or I'm in school, I want to do streams during the day when I study. So I'm gonna like from next week I think I'm gonna do streams during the day where I'll be listening to music and writing probably. I think I won't be playing any games. But we'll probably have like some stream interaction games that the stream can play. I'm gonna do study streams, yeah. That's been my plan for a little while. So it's gonna be like less gaming streams going forward and more studying streams. Most likely. I think like if we're doing gaming streams, it's gonna be in the evenings. Yeet. Yeah, yeet. Like marbles on stream while studying. I think I did buy marbles on stream, but I was thinking like the RPG on stream thing that I have going. And then maybe, cause like I have a couple of different ones that I bought recently, so might just try out a few different ones, you know? But yeah, I'm pretty sure I bought marbles on stream. If I'm not entirely fucked in the head. Which I might be. Gonna go to bed tired. Go to bed, bestie. Gosh. Should be in bed already. I'm gonna stay up and sort some money. Because that's what I'm feeling like. Fuck you. Fuck you. That is so mean. Oh my god, so mean. Oh, you are an asshole, Mr. Enemy. This is a big bird. It says I have marbles on stream. Nice. Well, Enemy's gonna be banned from any and all streams in the future. Asshole. Such a meanie. Such a meanie.
Love you too, Doc.
Fuck you. I don't love you. I didn't say that. I can't say love you too if I didn't proclaim my love for you.
Hello, Strahan.
Hello, Strahan. Jesus.
Enemy smells 3.
Enemy smells. Hey Hoobs, how you doing, friend? You also think enemy smells? Coincidence? I think not. Because enemy's girlfriend thinks he smells as well. How you been, friend? What were you up to? I forget. I actually showered today. Jokes to me. Just the fact that you said I actually showered today makes me feel like the joke's on Blue Apple, if anyone. Been sorting some shit for uni. Nice. Nice. Oh right, that's right. You were mucking about with your penis. No, your notes app. Sorry. Right, we're done.
I don't think anything's funny. I'm trying not to cry.
I love Shazzy. I don't think anything's funny. I'm trying not to cry. Oh, poor Shorzy. He's such a complex man. I really, really want to make a YouTube essay video on Shorzy and like how important he is for masculine culture, I feel. Cause like he's definitely a dude's dude. Like he likes tits and ass, and he swears and he uses violence, but he also cries and he talks about his feelings, and he really, really loves his family and shit. So like,
To make a grown man cry, but not this man. Get back in there, Tia.
make a grown man cry, but not this man. Dollar bills. You know what? We're gonna grab the dollars over here. We're gonna wrap the hundos. We're gonna wrap the twentos. No. Let's see. Right, I'm gonna place one of my cool sorting machines.
Please give me cock. Cock. It's cock. It's in English, but it was not cola. It was cock. It was cock. It's cock actually, right? Please give me cock. Oh, please give me cock. I want a cock. Please give me cock. Cock, and ask them the price of cock. How much is this?
Ask them the price of cock. Well, if we're talking about mine, real cheap, baby. Oh my gosh. So stupid. Poke catch, poke catch. Literally everyone is queuing stuff, man. Wow. Enemy just doesn't care. It's too late now, enemy. You ruined it. You've destroyed a beautiful friendship. And you've destroyed the trust of a beautiful man. How do you feel about that? Here we go, start. Next. He thinks thanks, I didn't. Hoops ruined me not saying hello to me. See, now if we had a Spotify overlay, I would know that good guy queued it and I wouldn't have skipped. Fair. Fair. We really need that overlay, I feel. Too bad no one has fixed it for me. Because you can never get good help nowadays, right? Oh my gosh. I think what we're gonna do is grab another big box and put it there so it catches the counterfeit bills. Or one of these fuckers. No. We need the coin one. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just order some big boxes. I've been so busy lately I haven't had time to even consider a meeting, but I'm available on Wednesday and Friday of next week. Probably longer, but I never know. Yeah, I should be available then as well. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, I don't think. Wait, I'm gonna grab this vase. Annihilate me? Whoa. Very angry music. I love it. Order 86 has been delivered. Oh my gosh, a fun fact about Sweden. Oh my, okay, this is gonna be a fun fact, but also a really sad fact. Because my favorite fun fact about Sweden is that in the United Nations, Sweden has pioneered laws that protect native populations around the world. And like because of Swedish intervention, American Indians and Canadian natives and stuff have, like, their countries have been pressured to actually treat them better. And almost every country that is in the United Nations has signed the bill that Sweden created to basically recognize native people's lands. Okay, I will do that soon. But the fun fact here is that Sweden has not signed that document that they themselves introduced, because our native populations, their ancestral lands, sit on top of all of our strategic resources. So the Swedish government's like, oh, we can't do that because we'd shoot ourselves in the foot. And that, my friends, is a fun fact. And you want a fun fact about enemy.
2 hours later.
Shut up. Fun fact about enemy. Did you know that when I was his teacher, he thought that I didn't know when he wasn't studying, but I always fucking knew. That's not a fun fact, I wouldn't say. Fuck me. What did I do that? Fun fact about enemy. There are no fun facts about enemy. Bird. Now I'm trying to like remember what awkward stories do I have about you, or weird stories. The trouser monster. Fun fact about enemy. I mean, for a good long while, like before enemy turned 18, he had a moped, because you're not allowed to ride a motorcycle legally in Sweden unless you're 18 and have a motorcycle license. But he always called his moped his motorcycle anyway. That's my fun fact. Never seen you so stumped on a fun fact. You always call it your motorcycle. I have a clear memory of this. You never said the word moped. I feel like the enemy doth protest too much. In Swedish you said motorcykel. Jag måste fixa min motorcykel. Jag körde motorcykel hit genom regnet. Prove me wrong, bitch. You said fun fact. I heard another fun fact about enemy. He's thin-skinned. Can't take anything. I never heard that. Oh, come on, get really? But you had a moped all throughout high school, right? I assume you still have it. I sent you that stuff, by the way. Oh my god, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't ever remember you, like, that's why it got stuck in my mind, because I was like, he for sure said motorcycle, but I know for a fact he's not allowed to drive a motorcycle yet. Well, that's why it's stuck in my head. Alright, I might be wrong. I'm not gonna be that guy. I might be wrong. So I'm gonna try to come up with a different fun fact about enemy. I don't know if people know this fun fact either, but when I started streaming, I didn't really tell anyone that I knew from my hometown. Like, I definitely didn't tell enemy, like, hey, I've started streaming. Instead, what happened was, ever since I moved, he would search on my actual legal name and any aliases he knew that I went by online for like weeks until he found me on Twitch. Yeah. Enemy legit stalked me until he found me on Twitch. Like, it's all fun and games until you realize. Does that count as a fun fact, enemy? That is partially accurate? What is the inaccurate part of it? If enemy didn't stalk you, you would not have as many great people up here. This is very true. I'm not saying I don't appreciate it. Oh no, this is sending the wrong message to stalkers. You shouldn't stalk people. Ever. Very seldom does it end as well as this has done. Usually you just scare the fuck out of some poor person that you're stalking. So please do not stalk people. DrVem TV Company Unlimited does not condone stalking in any way, shape, or form. Looney, your username because of Steam when we played Jackbox. Oh shit, right! I totally forgot that. That people saw my username in class because of Jackbox and shit. Also, like, I was the kind of teacher who, if people had done well, or like at the end of term and stuff, we played Jackbox in class. Like, can you believe that some students were like, oh, do we gotta? Like, who the fuck says, like, who the fuck is bored by Jackbox? Assholes. Yeah, we play, like, end of year stuff and so on. I think you told me you would stream the day you were quitting. Also my last day in year 2. Found your Twitch account in 4 tries in 10 minutes. Oh, Jesus fuck. Alright. That I didn't know. I thought it was literally like, oh, weeks and weeks. We were scheduled to stream the next day, but I overslept, so I couldn't. Oh, hello, Mr. Morris. How you doing, Mr. Morris? Look, it's raining money. Start. Look, I'm gathering weeb money. No. Sorry, that's really mean. Oh my gosh. When the fuck can I prime again? I don't know, man. I don't have prime. Spammed your chat saying that I was excited for your next stream, which I then sadly missed. Well, late as always. You want a prime sub, Mr. Morris? What you playing today, Morris? What's your latest obsession? What are the road crew playing at the moment? Pack. Then we watched all publicly available VODs and say your wife's sorry, your wife's saying very annoying words to you in the Twitch chat. Okay, those early VODs must be wild. Pack the tenors. Alright, this is getting unruly as fuck. Road Crew not so much, but I'm mainly playing Tom Clancy Division and League. Really? Division? You're back on that League bullshit too? How's it going this season? Is it you and Milo in ranked? Milo was here, I think yesterday, subbed with his prime. Got an unhinged haiku and then bounced. As he is wont to do. No, fuck me. Oh, come on. You know what? I'm just gonna leave that there then. Ooh. Balls. Balls, I say. I'm not gonna bother with that shit. Fuck off. See, this is why I shouldn't have that there. Never stop my link views. Always do it with dude. 1 throw, 3 lost 3. Right back where we started. That is both the best and worst parts of League. Like, you go in and you get nowhere. Fun and creepy fact about me, I did search you up to find your address so I knew what your new house looked like on Google Maps. That is only creepy, my friend. That is 0 fun fact, all creepy fact. Let me tell you. That's so fucking sick, man. Oh my gosh. We're gonna gather up all this cash. I was genuinely curious. Yeah, stalkers are also genuinely curious about the people they stalk. Like, that's not an excuse, man. Still creepy. I never stalked for bad reasons. Jesus Christ. Quote of the century, I've never stalked anyone for bad reasons. I'll remember that at your trial, man. I'll tell the jury, like, oh, but he never stalked anyone for bad reasons. This is gonna get used in court. Admin abuse. I can't revoke the perms. I'm sorry. He's the puppet master. He's got me by the short and curlies. What can I say? He stalked me and now he owns my soul. See, let that be a lesson, kids. If you stalk someone, you can own them. No, wait, no. That's not a good idea at all. This is where we have the yen, right? Yeah. Cool.
Look at me. Sure. Look at me. Sure. I'm the captain now.
He has more power of them than he himself does. Oh, for sure. Are you autonomous? No. For sure not. Enemy owns me online. Wife owns me IRL. Man, I ain't been autonomous since 2018, right before the pandemic hit. Oh man, those were the days. No rules. No rulers. Oh my god, Dr. Hoops is back and they brought the sweetest vibes with them. Cute. Automus. Automus. Autonomous. I am autonomous. Looking back, Hoobs. WB. WB? No, WB stands for, like, W booty. It's new slang. It's not welcome back, it's winning booty. Or wonderful booty, even, if you will. Start. Alright, that's done, that's done, that's done. Sweet Mama Jamma. Dollies. Yen. Euros.
Dr. Hoops is my favorite British person ever. This is not AI. This is the real enemy.
Wow, that's really nice of you to say enemy as well. But he's also my favorite British person. Wait, no, wait. What British people do I know? It's Stony. It's Hoobs. It's Blue Apple. I have family in the UK as well. I'm sorry, Hoobs. I don't know if you're my favorite, actually. But you're your enemy's favorite, and that's the most important thing, I think. DrVem, you played Minecraft with your community, right? What happened to the server? We had it for 6 months. Nobody played on it the last, like, 4 months, I think, including me. And then I stopped paying for it. Like, it was paid for 6 months, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna keep paying for it. Honestly, I was kind of underwhelmed by Minecraft. It's not as awesome as I remember it. I would say I'm more of a streaming exercise management expertise negotiation. Seaman. It's not still up, no. I'll settle for maybe second best. Alright, fine. Second best it is. Yeah, vanilla wasn't super awesome, I won't say. I think, like, I'm pretty sure that modded would be way cooler, but that would take so much more power, and that would cost more to have a modded server and shit, and I was like, there are better games. Like, I think next time we do a community server, it would be Valheim. Or, like, Satisfactory, maybe. Yeah, you said that TTS message. Why are you lying, man? Lying is not very cool, enemy. You know that. And I'm honestly a little ashamed that you would behave like this. Alright, we're gonna drop some coins in here. Nope, fuck off. No. And we're gonna have this upstairs. Next game that Road 2 is gonna probably play is Enshrouded. Ooh, fucking love Enshrouded.
Then I did not say that previous TTS, but I do agree Dr. Hoobs is one of the best British people that I know.
So my weight with the service stuff. Oh man, Enshrouded is so dope. Love it.
This is an enemy certified message. Then I did not say that previous TTS, but I do agree Dr. Hoobs is one of the best British people that I know.
It says the certified message thing, and then it starts speaking Polish. It's so weird. That is super fucking weird, man. Hey, Soul Thread, what's up?
I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the
It is not Polish. I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the party. That's like one of my favorite walk-ons as well. If it's not Polish, what is it then? Huh? Riddle me that. Bitchy me. Sorry. I'm so sorry for everything I do and say. Whee! Right. FT. Encryption language is using the pile method. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for these pallets instead, actually. Alright. Drop money, press button, pour in, start, and then you pull out. Alright. Fuck me. Alright, wait. There we go. My roommate is here right now, and I don't want to bug him. Oh, FaceTime. Yeah, FT FaceTime. I support this a message, you pookie, don't worry. Lurk BRB. He's gonna send dick pics to Soul Thread. I know him. So many penis pictures. We're gonna grab all these euros. Also, Hoops, you will never say hey to me. Hey, sexy. Oh my gosh.
I slam my penis in the car door. You slam your penis in the car door.
Daffy Duck. Love Daffy Duck. I'm gonna test if enemy TTS can speak Hungarian. Oh my gosh.
Igen, öblitz le azt a pénzt, de ki szórakoztató törpember.
Öblitz le ost. So that wasn't proper Hungarian. The kis szórakoztató törpember. It's something about money. But yes, something something money. The small something something. Man, I don't speak Hungarian properly, and I haven't studied Hungarian in ages. Yeah, rinse that money, you little entertaining dwarf. Fuck. The fuck? The dwarf man part gets me. This is like random attack. I'm really tall as well. What the fuck are you on about? It's just that I'm small here in the thing. Let's see, euros. That was really good. That was a tiny little dwarf man. That's me. Tiny little dwarf man. No, fuck you. I hate this. I hate this so much. This game sucks ass sometimes. Let's just place that pile there. We're gonna place this here. That should be good, right? I wanted to swear, but didn't know if that would be appropriate. Kurva. Man, Hoops lurks and unlurks so much. I love the lurk messages. Enter the dragon lair to lurk. Flames optional. Descended from the lurking mountains. Welcome back. Your chat wasn't updating. I was sending penis pics and vids. Oh my gosh. So silly. Oh my gosh. Super silly. This chat is just so silly. Can you verify that it's penis pics? There we go. Hopefully that'll catch some stuff.
Ja pierdolę. Nie wiem, czy to kurwa działa, czy nie, bo ta funkcja TTS jest trochę dziwna, ale też bardzo fajna.
I mean, it sounds like Polish to me, but I don't speak Polish. Wait, it actually can speak Polish? So it can't speak Hungarian, but it can speak Polish. That is weird. What the fuck?
処理の肉が絞れた 小さな主題でドルサを掴んでいるのを見てください。
That is not bad. That is not bad. That is not bad at all. That is so cool. That is so cool. Japanese enemy. Cheaper than the European version. The message was, look at the little dwarf man grab the dollar bill from this grumpy little mitts. Dude. Dude. Jesus fuck. I gotta say, Morse, you're towing a fine line here, and I don't think you should push it. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Just like, I know it's offensive, but how offensive can we get without getting banned? I only have 9 points and no more from me. If we can try, we can't try getting banned. No, please. I enjoy streaming. Yeah, try Spanish. Get the same message Morse used, but in Spanish. Oh my gosh.
Observa como el pequeño enano agarra los billetes de dólar con sus guantes sucios.
That's actually quite good. As far as I know. I don't speak Spanish, so... Pack. I really like my new setup with the bills and everything. This feels way more clean. Oh, come on. Speak better Spanish to practice speak Japanese. So if you're ever in Japan and you need to say something, you just Google Translate it into your own fucking voice. Is that it? It was like, oh wait, I'm just gonna go into this stream? Hell yeah. Alright, more euros. Is that better? Or was that too close? I think this might be good. We'll see.
Ino Nicolain Angi, Elikubj Nushie, Pant Lepong Bak, Nicoleg Glees, Elimits Ondus, Pampinek Enk, Ksmekorpe.
Tulu? Wait, where's Tulu from? What country? Seems like it can read it at least. I don't know if that was actually Tulu though. No clue. Tuvalu? Well, Toodaloo to you too. I'm sorry for calling you little dwarf man singing purple bits.
شاهد كيف يمسك الجزم الصغير بأوراق الدولار بقفازاته المتسخة.
Oh my gosh, she's even like writing it in Arabic. The way it should be. What the fuck is... No. Not again.
تتي كي تي بي تي كي تي بي بتي حركة الكلكة بتي سي تي كي تي بي تي كي تي
Okay, that's actually kind of funny.
حركة الكلكة بتي سي تي كي تي بي تي كي تي بي بتي حركة الكلكة بتي سي تي كي تي بي تي كي تي بي بتي حركة سي 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 بي سي بي سي بي سي بي سي بي 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 سي
Why do I find this funny? No, this is good. This is good. Don't cancel anything.
You.
Cabe, say.
Cabe, say.
What the fuck? Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh.
My sprinkler goes like this and comes back like yes.
Alright, enemy. Wow. Sound much like an idiot, huh? Wait. Where's the tenner? Or 100? 100? Oh man, I'm hungry now as well. I feel like my voice is being abused, but it feels so amazing. I hope you think that forever and ever, because that's how long your voice is going to be on the internet. I'm hungry too. Oh my god, should we all get something to eat together? Should we just go to a restaurant together, all of us? Live stream from a restaurant. Those were fakes. Euros. I am pea-needy. Made and ate some curry. Oh fuck man, I destroy a curry right now. Love curry. I boiled the best potatoes I've ever eaten today, by the way. And we've grown our own potatoes, or I've grown our own potatoes. And made them in an oven like 2 days ago. And I was not impressed necessarily. I was like, it's potatoes. It's not super awesome, it's potatoes. But today I boiled them with a fuck ton of salt. Oh my god, so good. So good. Wait, actually, I can actually go get some potatoes. Wait here. Stay. I got a Coke. You got some snack taters. Oh my gosh. Love potatoes. Have you ever considered doing an IRL stream? I mean, I've thought about it. You should keep skin on, partially boil them, put them on oven. She'd slightly crush them with like pork sprinkle seasoning. I've seen that on like reels and shit. I want to try it. I really want to try it. And yes, I eat potatoes with nothing. Just boiled potatoes because I fucking love them. Crispy outside with soft inside. Just like me, no. There's no special money here, no special money. No special money. No special money, no special money. You're back with a sandwich? What up? Ow. I'm shoving potatoes in my face. Oh. Mmm. Ooh. Nice. Because some of these potatoes have skin on them still, but that's because they were so small I didn't want to peel them. Couldn't be bothered, you know. Drive me crazy. Am I crazy? Yeah, you are. Probably. I mean, if you gotta keep asking. Leftover chicken with some mustard. Oh, man. Mustard on a sandwich with, like, some chicken and, like, a spicy cheese. Mmm. Oh, fuck yeah. And golden. Oh, man. This is the best evening ever. Nom nom nom. Nah. Can't believe Bestie told me to go to bed. I would have missed all this. Eating potatoes. And soon listening to Golden. Fuck, I gotta go pee. I don't wanna. You know what? I'm just gonna piss my pants like a grown man. That's how we do it. No, it's not. That would be fucked up. The fuck? I thought I don't know. Potatoes are the best, for sure. Like, nothing beats potatoes. I was raving about them before. Think about putting cheese in the sandwich, but that would take longer. Fair.
Wah wah wee wah, ooh la la, wah wah wee wah. King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair. Oh, go do this, go do this. King in the castle.
That's epic. Oh, that's so good, Morse. You get A+. A+ for creativity. You stepped in cat pee? That sucks, man. And now you gotta kill the cat, I guess. Sorry. If they start pissing on the floor, gotta murder the cat. Nice. Look, don't judge Hoobs just because he likes his cat piss. Euthanasia is the answer. Jesus. Oh man. Gotta be golden. Oh. What's this? IRL streaming? What's up? I don't know what I would do in an IRL stream. But I really want to set up droid cam again.
Stepped in my cat's piss. Gonna have to curb stomp the bastard. Wump, wump.
Wump, wump. Let's go outside and be IRL. If I'm gonna be IRL, I won't go outside. Facts, baby. We're gonna grab this huge ass thing. We should meet up and do our IRL stream together. What would we do for an IRL stream though? I think that's the question. No daylight. Guess I can't turn off the daylight now. Not in here at least. Go play mini golf? Oh my gosh. I love mini golf though. I suck at it, but I love it. The fuck? Why did it like jump? We meet up, Bestie 2, all of us do IRL stream, repair a scrap car like father and son. Oh my gosh. Does any one of us have unlimited data plan with high speed? I do actually. Unlimited data plan. It's Telia as well, so it's the best in Sweden. Right. Blah. Blah. We do this, we go mini golfing? Alright, man. We'll have to set it up. Can you write it up for, could you like write it in the staff chat? We go vandalize a shopping mall. No, we do not go vandalize a shopping mall. Although I love that idea. Love it. When am I gonna do this? I'm gonna place it over here. There. I'll write it in the staff chat. Nice. You have so many great ideas, Morse. This is very true. Vandalize a mall. I know that Morse lives not too far from me. I could do an IRL stream where I stalk him and no, I was gonna say I'd beat him up, but I wouldn't do that. That'd be fucked up. Oh my gosh. Hold up. I'm not gonna hold up. What are you gonna do about it? Call the police? Please. This is obviously a joke, Twitch. By the way, I would never actually hurt anyone. It is all a joke. Haha, funny. Please don't demonetize me. Which one is it? This one. Nice. I'm gonna throw bananas from my balcony. Ooh, bitch. Get the fuck away from me. That's what I imagined. Mario Kart stuff. Oh my gosh. I love Mario Kart. Me and the wife have been playing it a whole lot lately. Recently, like she was having a bad day and she wanted to play Mario Kart, but she really wanted to win. And I don't enjoy letting people win, so it's like, alright, I'll drive with one hand. So I couldn't like power slide or anything. And she won, obviously. But I did place first one time with just one hand. No power slide. I had the auto gas. So because otherwise I wouldn't be able to hit the speed button, the gas button, speed button. I'm not gonna lie, this would be so fun. What, vandalize a mall or do mini golf together? If we got a Switch, I can charge up so we can do a Switch game together also. Ooh, that'd be cool. I know Karoo has Mario Kart and a Switch as well. No, I'm pretty sure you would wreck me, Morris. I know what people in university do when they play Mario Kart and how many hours they play Mario Kart for. So I'm pretty sure you would wreck me. You insane person. Like, if you can play Mario Kart that inebriated, you're gonna play it even better sober. Wait, are you playing Mario Kart on the Wii or like on the actual fucking GameCube? Because GameCube Mario Kart is legit psychotic. Like, being good at that means you're an insane person. Mustard is the best condiment. Oh, I agree. I agree. Nothing beats mustard. Yen. Euros. Last time I played it was for a drinking game, was thirsty the entire time. Suffering from success. I want to do like drunken Mario Kart, like drunk driving Mario Kart, where like you have a beer at the start of each race, and you gotta finish the beer before you cross the finish line. But you can't drink and drive, because that is not okay. So you gotta either like pause somewhere, just stay still in the road, and sip every once in a while, or you like chug your beer, and then you drive. If me and Amy goes to you, we can do it. I'll bring my Switch. I mean, I have a Switch here. We could hook it up to the thing. The capture card, and we could play from there. I got 4 controllers, yeah, but it would be like the small ones. I got 4 just because, like, playing with the wife, we both want the big controllers where you have both Switch controllers, like the left and the right one, but also like owning 2 sets means that if we have people over, we can be 4 people playing Mario Kart, so it just makes more sense, you know? You down for the drive someday? Like, I gotta say, boys, as well, not anytime soon. Like, we've had weddings, we have more weddings to go to, the wife has a lot to do at work and stuff. Like, we are not about to receive teenage guests. We can wait until I get my license, we can switch drivers. That's actually a pretty good idea, because the drive is like 4.5 hours. It fucking sucks. I think 4 hours is too long. I don't enjoy it at all. I hate the drive from my hometown to my new hometown. My old hometown to my new hometown. Ain't no hometown without my homies. Damn, we got a lot of euros. And that's the car noise, but yeah, probably. Cool. I kind of want to, like, we live in a fairly small apartment. If we ever move to a bigger, like, a proper house, then y'all could come. No problem. Especially if we have, like, a guest house or something. So just gotta become a Twitch millionaire right quick, and then we'll fix it. I can do a 14-hour drive to Sweden. Honestly, Hoops, though, I think, like, if you and Lulu would want to, like, an actual road trip from the UK to Sweden with, like, stops along the way, I think that would be kind of a nice vacation for both of you. You could do all romantic shit and then end up here, hanging out with us. You could go into France, stay in France for, like, a day or two. Drink some good wine, eat some good food. Let me read through some stuff. Find us a date, even if it's in a few months. I will arrange car and plans. I'll think about it, yeah. I'm not gonna commit to anything right now, though. I hope you're okay with that. There we go. Can you verify? Oh, so Hoobs actually did send a dick pic. Interesting, interesting. You've spoken about it? Cool. Because, yeah, like, you go through France, that's pretty beautiful. And then you can either do, like, east or north, I guess. I would go north, probably, because, like, going through Belgium, the Netherlands, and then from there to, like, Germany, and then Denmark and Sweden. I think that would be the nicer scenic route, you know? Actually, I need to get food. Wow. See, Soulthread thinks food is more important than the stream. Now we know where his loyalties lie. Fake friends, right? Ta-ta-ta. Alright. Ugh. The wet sound is so disgusting. I haven't ate anything today in 6 p.m. Dude, eat. Holy shit, why haven't you eaten anything? What's wrong with you, man? Bad Soulthread. Bad Soulthread. You need to behave. I've been a busy man, and this is my light day, dude. I hope you didn't stay this busy every day then. Like, if this is your light day, no, you gotta make time for food. Like, set an alarm or something, dude. You gotta eat. I was gonna ask if you wanted to FaceTime. She drinks coffee this late at night? Wow. I'd murder a coffee, though. But I can't make coffee right now. I think the smell would annoy the wife too much. Wake her up. Funeral has just been crazy. Like, a lot to do today, or like something happened to make it even more crazy than usual? Oh, come on, really? the one. Gonna burn that shit. They're wet and dirty. Ugh. Hey. I'm gobbling on the table. Sleep coffee is goated. Morse, are you also the kind of person who can like go to sleep after a couple cups of coffee? Because like every morning I start my day off with 2 cups of coffee, and I swear to God, every morning I'm like, I could go back to sleep after those 2 cups. Like I make fairly strong coffee as well. Because I like the taste of caffeine. Love the feel of caffeine on my brain. I'm the kind of guy that will fall asleep after a monster. Nice. So you're fucked up, is what I'm hearing. Ruined. Or you have ADHD, who knows? Bullet casings. Oh my god, I did it! I hit the fucking fire! Dope. Master Yeeter over here. Undiagnosed. Distant stream plans created. Nice. But I'm suspicious. I would also be suspicious. I am suspicious of myself. But also, like, I'm so worried about, like, how much of that is just seeing all this ADHD content on TikTok being like, I also have sometimes a tough time to concentrate. Does that mean I have ADHD? And then you have the fact that, like, if you've experienced enough trauma in your life, like mental and physical trauma, I guess, you can have symptoms reminiscent of ADHD, but not actually have ADHD. Like you can be traumatized to the point of where a doctor's like, you might need meth, but then you actually don't need meth because that would actually be really bad for you. Is that a fucking pile of? I've never gotten a pile of those. Pile of stacks. That's me, trauma boy. I mean, growing up Hungarian is traumatic as fuck. It's not an easy life. Alright, we're gonna put all this in here. Feel Invincible by Skillet. Is this them? Skillet? I hate that it explodes when the pile gets disrupted. That's annoying as fuck, actually. Oh, come on. There were loose fuckers in here as well. Alright. Trauma boy. Trauma boy. Trauma boy. Sorry, now I'm just making a song of it in my head, which feels very inappropriate. Well, I've done some like ADHD tests. I think I've spoken about it before, but my doctor was like, yeah, you don't seem to have trouble concentrating. And I told her, like, yeah, it's because the tests are like a game, and games are fine. I can focus on a game. That's not a problem. I can't sit and listen to people for shit, though. Like, I gotta do something at the same time. But apparently, like the tests showed that I have an epic level of what's it called? You try to you want to poop in hands. No. The fuck. Impulse control. My impulse control is fucked. So she was like, that kind of sounds like, or that might be a sign that something is not entirely the best here. And that's the same reason why I have been playing something else while having you in the background. But that's the thing as well, like, that might be ADHD, that might be trauma, but that might also be just like, oh, this is how we grow up now in a digital society. Oh, fuck's sake. Really? Alright. Yeet! Ah, almost. Dopamine addiction. Yeah, it could be that. Exactly.
What 看着小爱人用脏兮兮的手套抓住美元钞票。
What the fuck? What did enemies say in Japanese now? What did you make him say? Please tell me it wasn't anything racist. Wrong language, my dude. Oh, sorry, that's Chinese. Sorry, I didn't see the pictograms at first. Same thing as before. Of course. Alright. Yeet! Oh, come on. Watch the little dwarf grab the top of the tournaments. I'm so uncomfortable with that one. So uncomfortable with that one.
मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा कि ये काम करता है या नहीं।
Oh, this is
ये
Hindi.
TTS सुविधा थोड़ी अजीब है, लेकिन बहुत अच्छी भी है।
Cool. Alright, there we go.
早上好，中国。现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度有点轻就比冰淇淋速度有点轻，速度有点轻就我最喜欢说，你现在是音乐系将准备1、2、3。
Oh, you say? Interesting. Didn't know that, Morse. Thank you for the information, though. I love John Cena ice cream. John Cena is the best. I watched the 2 first episodes of the new season of Peacemaker, and I'm like mad that there's not more
Я
episodes.
не знаю, работает ли это или нет. Эта функция TTS немного странная, но в то же время довольно классная.
Stealing enemy's message. Yeet! 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 Oh. Okay, money. Oh, fuck's sake. Blah, blah. Ugh, the sound. So disgusting. Yeet. How does it react to just random symbols? I don't know. You should try it. Alright, we're gonna see if we can make this... Oh, no.
What is this TTS message? How was I supposed to read this TTS message? It's less than 10% readable characters.
Really? Really? That's dope, though. That is dope. It's less than 10% readable characters. How am I supposed to? Me. Okay, that's funny as fuck, actually.
What is this TTS message? How was I supposed to read this TTS message? It's less than 10% readable characters.
Sick. Sick. Yeah, like, if it can't read it, the TTS will tell you, like, this isn't readable. But it does sound really sassy, doesn't it? How am I supposed to read this? Oh my gosh. Alright, we're just gonna grab as many stacks as we can. Put them all over here. Bam-ba-lam, whoa, black lady, bam-ba-lam. Bam-ba-lam, bam-ba-lam. 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 But that's not goo though, right? I can make it sassy. You can make it sassy? How? Can you program it? Isn't it like owned and operated by Tanja? Oh, that's a 3-minute ad breaking. Smack. Oh, come on. Okay, fuck off then. Oh, look. Cool. I got an art piece. I haven't opened this. Yay! Artwork. Bam-ba-lam. Bam-ba-lam. Oh, Black Betty. Bam-ba-lam. Bam-ba-lam. Yeah, we're gonna trash you. You're dirty as fuck. I'm throwing away stuff from here just so that when I get new deliveries, if something bounces off here, I'll see it. And it won't, like, hide in the midst of everything else. Because sometimes, like, I'll get deliveries and it bounces so far off in the corner that I just don't see it. Oh, yes, nice. Enemy mine hoping in a VC right quick. Just need to ask you some things. TTS is gone? Oh yeah, probably because he's messing with it. But isn't the David Attenborough TTS still there? Wee. He wants to show something. He wants to show his penis. I love some good Coca-Cola.
David is here, holy moly. I did not know this was an option. A wooga!
I love the Attenborough TTS. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Is this bitch sassy now? If so, that's fucking awesome.
I don't know. I mean, some sass, but... Oh, that's just the normal enemy sassiness then? Yikes. Yeet. Arr. Oh, yes! Nice. Kobe! Sorry in advance. What is this?
Asterisk jaw drops to floor. Eyes pop out of sockets accompanied by trumpets. Heart beats out of chest. Awooga sound effect. Pulls chain on train whistle that has appeared next to head as steam blows out. Slams fists on table, rattling any plates, bowls or silverware. Whistles loudly. Fireworks shoot from top of head. Pants loudly as tongue hangs out of mouth. Wipes comically large bead of sweat from forehead. Clears throat. Straightens tie. Combs hair asterisk. Ahem, you look very lovely.
What the fuck? That is some of the weirdest sexual harassment I've ever received. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Fucking weirdo. Jesus fucking Christ. Place that there, actually, yeah. Yeah, this looks fine. Let's see here. Just gonna grab these here. Can't wait until some other day, enemy. Not important. Oh, it can wait. Must usually show in VC. He's much louder if you write in all caps. He is? Show me. Use your points. You know you want to. You dumb little bitch. Alright, so that's empty. Oh wait, that thing is gone from there. Interesting.
This is David in lowercase, all calm and collected, very professional. However, this is him shouting in all caps, causing chaos.
Alright, that wasn't too bad though. I didn't even see much of a difference. Hold up. Didn't really hear any difference at all, right? It might be that if you mix them, he only goes for the lowercase one.
Testing only lowercase here, calm. How about now, bitch?
Oh, he is louder. He is louder. When it's all caps. Interesting. That's dope. Like, actually dope. But come on. Alright, that pulse. Yeah, don't forget to follow if you enjoy this. If you enjoy the abuse I suffer. You are so unhealthy addicted to this game. No, I'm not. You said the same thing about Supermarket Together, and that's fine. Sorry, that was fun as fuck. I didn't know you could do that. That was just accidental. Forcefully yeeted in. I gotta go pick up my parents. Oh my gosh. Go get some food, baby doll. I'm gonna be your biggest regret. Good luck getting me out of your life. That sounds like a very toxic person. Remember to send pics so I can see how bad it is. How bad what is? America? No, sorry. The food. But American food is awesome. You have stuff in your food that is illegal to have in the US, in the EU. Makes it so delicious. Forbidden food. Like Tide Pods. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that comment though. Oh, I know. I know you won't, Soul Thread. Because I know you. I know your type. Liberals. Oh my gosh. This is beautiful, right? With all these boxes over there. Alright, let's sort this out, see what happens. I was gonna ask what my type is and see how offended I should be. Just liberals. Just your type. you know, white people. Yucky. No. I'm just kidding, I'm sorry. I'm just having a little bit of fun over here, don't you know? Alright, we're gonna see what happens if we just like grab a big pile of dirty fucking money here. Alright, oh, shut up. Detergent filled, cost 5 coins. Ink cleaning. Fuck, no. Mark removal. Goo dissolving. We're gonna get one of those. It turns my little computer, that turns on my big ass computer. It's off, so I cannot turn on my big computer, so I can pull the PPM script. No sassy to me today. That is entirely fine, man. Yeet! Ah! Nice. Nice. That's good enough. Alright, goo dissolving. Let's see. Because I don't think there was any ink. Cute. Alright. I'll be listening, but I have my phone away for a sec. How dare you? He doesn't love me anymore. He doesn't love me. Which one is this? This is the police, I think. Alright. We're gonna run around, run around, run around. Run around, run around. I run around, I run around, run, run, run. I run around. I haven't had marked bills in forever, actually, so that was kind of fun to get. Yen. Alright, let's see how many of them are FDI. Okay, so we can still do the yen. Start that shit. Whee! Never mind me, I'm just yeeting boxes. Yeet! There was stuff in this box. No stuff in this box. Yeet! Big box, no stuff. Yeet! We can actually keep those two here. Alright.
Shelder, a Pokemon with a shell harder than diamond that opens to reveal a vulnerable, tender body, making it dangerous to attack when its shell is open.
Oh my god, you're gonna... Sorry, but that is something we should have permanently. Like, whenever a Pokemon comes up, David Attenborough should automatically narrate who it is, what Pokemon it is and what it does. That was a great idea, Morris. You are much smarter than I remember. That was accomplisalts. Compliment and an insult. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. You're... Let's see. That's FDI. Gang bills. I'm gonna grab one of these portable UV lamps. Cause like now I know where the marked bills are. So if I ever need more money, I can just take the marked bills and throw them over there. It'll be fine. Probably don't need this at all, actually. Hey, nice. Alright, we're gonna try out the ink thingy soon. I waited ready with the TTS for too long for that. Jesus. I'm terribly sorry, man. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That is kinda nice, though. Oh shit, right now we need to... there you go. Jesus.
Is there no automation for this game? I feel like you are not efficient enough.
Right? There should be more automation, but it's a lot of manual labor. Sadly. But honestly, that is part of the charm here as well, I think. Alright, just burn in there, I guess. Can't even grab it now. Well, I should, like, it spits this out, so I should be able to chain them together like it spits into that one and so on. Right? I got the goods. You got the goods? Good. You need to get the goods. Oh shit, I had money here. Let's just put that in there as well. Yay! Alright, can daisy chain the sorters and stuff, yeah. Cool. Oh, you just Googled it or what? How would I daisy chain them though? Like these fuckers will spit out here. These won't spit out anything, you just gotta pack them. I could daisy chain $10 to that one, I guess. And the sorters here I could definitely daisy chain. That should not be too difficult actually. Let's just fucking try it, actually. Doubt it's gonna work, but we'll see. Like, I think these are too close to each other, but we'll see. Alright, nice. We got some loose money there. What is this? This is... Can you... Oh, this is gang money. Gangs. Gangs. Alright. I'll try to daisy chain them, see if this works out. Seeing as they're very, very close to each other, I don't know if that's gonna work at all, actually. So we'll see. We'll see. I should probably raid out soon as well, because it's like way past midnight. It actually works. Oh my gosh, that is cool as fuck, actually. Dope. Dope. Alright, I'm happy with this. Thank you very much, Morse. Back in the safety of my room. It really sounds like you've been out foraging in the wild. What did you get? What kind of food did you get? So...
Eureka!
Sorry, that was... Eureka! Felt like it. Oh my gosh, how are you liking college so far, Soul? How's it treating you? How much are people hitting on you? Because that's what people do in college, right? They all just fuck. There's no actual studying going on. People just hit on each other. Right? Or am I wrong? I got a bowl of Alfredo pasta and chicken. Oh my gosh, nice. I got a half an all-American sandwich. That sounds like such a fucking good meal, though. It's been good sometimes. Oh, but not all times. But you've met some interesting people. I mean, you got hit on within the first week, so it's always something. Besides that note under the door, yeah, that was the one I meant. Sad moment right there. Oh, just you wait, It's just the first week of college. I was like, if you just Like, one thing about university and college that I think a lot of people miss out on is the fact that, like, all the events and clubs and shit, they can look and sound kind of cringy, but you should probably go there just for the experience of it. Got the computer running, that's the enemy incoming. Oh my gosh. Sassy enemy, yeah. Alright. You can actually sort this, I think. Oh. There we go. They're a lot of fun. I only started attending events and shit in my final year. Highly recommend being part of them from the get-go. Right? I never really was part of events in my uni days, and now when me and the wife talk about our uni days, because she always went to all of the events. She was like a foreman at all the parties and stuff. She was in a part of a secret order and shit. It was a secret society, like a secret club. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, a lot of times you're like, oh, this is probably cringy as fuck, but oh, it's a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun. People are being silly and having a lot of fun. And if it is cringy, then it's cringy in a very fun way. Usually. Like, I didn't really go to any events or, like, school-sponsored parties and stuff when I was in uni, and I kind of regret it. Mine went to the Nightshades from Wednesday. Basically, yeah. Like, alright, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell this story, so don't tell my wife I told you this story, but, like, the school she went to is, like, one of the most prestigious schools in Sweden, so obviously they party so fucking hard. First of all, they party so hard that the people studying to become doctors and physicians have been banned from every school-sponsored party. And there's, like, no fraternity or anything that'll host them either. That's how hard the doctors in Lund party. And the wife was part of a secret sorority, where the initiation rite was that they called over a bunch of young men from the local like army training facility, and the young men would walk around a dinner serving the ladies, and they would have their shirts off, and the initiation rite for the new ladies would be to oil those boys up, just like all over their abs and shit. So like that's the kind of fun you can have at parties. I'm pretty sure they don't do that anymore because it's like borderline not okay. Most prestigious uni in Sweden, yeah, it's in Lund. Lund is the university city in Sweden. You need to go there. That is amazing. Yeah, she has fond memories. The little perv. Like stuff like that, I would have loved to be a part of. Getting oiled up, oiling people up, I don't care. Just the degeneracy would have been fun.
Pangoro, a fighting/dark type creature known for its immense physical strength and violent temperament, which it uses to defend the weak from bullies.
Oh, it defends the weak from bullies. That's very nice. That's a good panda. Alright, are we ready for some yen? We are. I mean, nulling is one of my favorite memories, and we did some fucked up shit. Yeah. The hazing rituals are kind of
Enemized
fun.
asked me, tell me about yourself. I'm Enemy, your sassy, sometimes bitchy, yet wholesome sidekick. I love programming, coding, and streaming. Bugs in my code, those are my mortal enemies. I'm all about having a good time, throwing in some sarcasm here and there, and making sure everyone has a blast. So, what's up with you?
Seriously dope enemy. Holy shit. That is dope. That is really dope, man. I mean, I don't think it was very sassy. What did it say after sassy? I don't remember. Could you care to repeat it, dear Thread? What did it say? Or was it a slur? Did the AI say a slur? Bitchy. Nice. Let's pack that shit. It will swear now? Nice. We love a good swearing bot. Pack that shit, baby. Yeah, I definitely need to go to sleep soon.
Mr. Morse asked me, are you really not gonna respond to Becky talking all that shit behind your back? Sa, ya, da, mairi salo, tari, why are you tari not worried? Becky can run her mouth all she wants, but I'm not here for that high school drama. I'm too busy being fabulous and drowning in code. If she wants to talk, she can say it to my face. Till then, I'll hold my head high and keep doing what I do best. Besides, I don't have time for petty nonsense when I've got epic bugs to squash and codes to conquer.
What the fuck? The fuck? Oh my gosh. Wait, let me... The fuck? Let's see if that works. Maybe it doesn't react to me. Oh yeah, it does. All right.
DrVem asked me, what is the best part about Enemy? Oh, honey, where to begin? I'm like the perfect cocktail of sass, sarcasm, and just a pinch of bitchiness, all wrapped up with a generous dose of wholesomeness. I'm basically your coding sidekick who throws shade at pesky bugs and serves up laughs like it's my job. Plus, I specialize in keeping it real and making sure this stream is as fabulous as a night out with Beyonce. What's not to love?
Keeping it real, dude. I'm removing all the nice things. Oh, honey. That was dope though. Oh, honey. That should be kept in. Like, whatever people ask, it should always start with, oh, honey. That'd be dope, actually. Wait, let's make a mistake here. Holy shit, is it actually sitting on there? It's really focusing on the bitchy attribute for sure. I gotta see if this actually works. The fuck? Oh, honey makes me sound like a rich white woman. Oh, honey. Very true. What do you know? Maybe enemy is a rich white woman. Are you gonna judge him for that? Let him be a rich white woman. Rich white woman of class and sass. Alright, let's see. Black markets. I don't give a fuck. Alright, in a large box. I think I have a large box just standing here. We're gonna start sending shit out. 21 million yen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mr. Morse asked me, what is your opinion on the pesky poor people that are so far below your status? Oh honey, status ain't about rolling in cash, it's about rolling with the punches life throws at you, including those pesky bugs in code. I prefer to squash bugs rather than people. Let's keep it classy, shall we? Because in the end, we're all just trying to make it through the shitstorm that is life. So, put on your big coder pants and let's conquer these problems together.
Aw, that's nice. Enemy's a rich white woman at heart. I'm gonna use your account for the redemptions because I got no points and I should have to pay. Oh, for sure, for sure. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. What is this niceness? Fuck this. I'm fixing this. Like you don't want it to say nice things after, or what? That's kind of fucked up. In a box. Just any box. Alright, we'll grab this one then. 11 million in yen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's another mill. What did I say? How much was it before? 1, 2. Fuck me. Alright, I gotta recount it all. I'm an idiot. This is 1 million at least. Let's wrap this shit up so we know it's a mill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a mill. Alright, there we go. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 million. 1, 2, 3. That's 7 million, 8 million, 9 million. Fuck. I don't have enough yen for that. Alright. No yen, no yen. In a backpack. Do we have a backpack somewhere here? Yeah. Nice. Alright, 120,000. 120,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 100,000. Oh wait, that's an achievement as well. Let me just. There we go. Where's the achievement? Did you just burn 100,000 for no reason? Fuck. I thought it would give me the achievement at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000.
DrVem asked me,
yeah.
"You're a bitch? Insult me back, if you dare." Oh, darling, you want an insult? Alright, hold on to your hat. You're like a glitch in my code. Unexpected and needing immediate attention, but at least I can fix those. Now, go grab yourself a cup of shut the fuck up and take a seat to seek while I continue being fabulous. Keep swinging, and maybe one day you'll hit greatness.
What the fuck?
There we
Hi,
go.
Redhead.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Grab a cup of shut the fuck up. Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's 5,000. Is 1,000. This is 3,000 then. That's a good one. Yeah, it is. It is. Now that I've burned 100,000, I don't have enough money to do this one either. Fuck me. Grab a cup of shut the fuck up. I gotta save that for next time Nobles is in the chat. Oh shit, I have a bunch of them here as well.
DrVem asked me, "Swear at me as much as you can. You want the full firestorm, huh? Alright, brace yourself. You're like a goddamn 404 error, annoying as fuck and always showing up when you're least needed. It's like your only talent is managing to piss people off without even trying. So, grab your dumbass and enjoy this raging storm of swears, because that's all you're getting from me today. Now fuck off and enjoy the show like the fabulous clusterfuck you are."
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fabulous clusterfuck you are. Jesus Christ. Could you someone still sticks to coding even though I removed that. Yeah. Who knows why? Oh no.
Mr. Morse asked me, "Could you tell DrVem that he is not the sharpest tool in the shed, but in various creative and rude ways?" Oh, bless his heart. DrVem is like a few fries short of a happy meal. If brains were dynamite, they couldn't blow their hat off. That light is on, but no one's home, and if they were any slower, they'd be going backward. But hey, that's what makes them our lovable, clueless captain of this shipwreck of a stream.
Aww,
Keep
that's
steering
nice.
us into chaos, DrVem, because it's one hell of a show.
Aw, it's still nice though. Oh my gosh! All right, so this is 100,000. Oh my gosh! 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. 200,000. Now 45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. In a sport bike, any euro bills, clean and dry money, no mark money. Fucking no, come on. There you go. I was really hoping it would use sharp as a marble. Fuck off, sharp as a marble. Only swears. No, I think it's good enough now. It's burning me pretty good. Like, my feelings are hurt. It's fine. You don't have to work harder on it. Please. No, I'm not crying, I promise. I'm not actually sad. What do we say? Like, that's 1,000. Like, the lowest dollar one I have is like 100.
Pachirisu is an electric-type Ellisquill Pokemon that stores electricity in its cheek pouches and can release it from its tail or by rubbing its pouches together.
That is cute. She's actually working still. That is insane. Alright, and then we're gonna start the daisy chain here. Interesting. Alright. Wait, I gotta try to catch. No, it escaped. Fuck me. Alright. Yeah, no, you know what? I gotta end it here. I can't stay out longer. Jesus. Swear at me, give me the best you got.
DrVem asked me, swear at me, give me the best you got. Oh, you want the full fucking fireworks, huh? Alright, let's light this shit up. You're like a Wi-Fi with a weak signal, always cutting out at the worst possible moment. A walking 404 error who can't find their own ass with both hands and a map. Take a seat because this ride through the fuckstorm is just getting started and you're in for a hell of a fucking trip.
Storm. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh. Alright. Thank you so much, I guess. Why is it still referring to coding? Just call you a bitch. What are you gonna respond with? No, we're not gonna do random raid. We only got 4 people today. So...
Inamized asked me, DrVem just called you a bitch. What are you gonna respond with? Oh, bless their clueless heart. If being a bitch means calling out bullshit and owning my fabulous attitude, then honey, I'll wear that title like a designer crown. DrVem can keep running their mouth, but we all know I'm the one bringing the sass and spice to this shit show. Keep talking, DrVem. You're adding fuel to the fabulous fire.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that. We're gonna raid out to Samwise. Long time friend of the show. Wonderful dude. He's playing the new Hollow Knight Silk song that just came out, and I just enjoy him a whole lot. I like him. So we're gonna raid him. Get ready for that shit, man. Alright. Thank you so much for everything. Stay for the raid. I'd appreciate it. And I'll see you maybe tomorrow for a little while at least. We'll see. Bye.